Actually, I should probably end it. We're gonna rage you, Leo, and we'll figure this all out after I get done with this. I'd rather not just like have this running in the background or something. All right, I'm gonna rage you quick. Chat, we'll be back in a little bit. I don't know if I'll be streaming or just joining Leo's channel, but yeah, see y'all in a bit.
Hello, chat. I don't know who made it here. We're gonna keep the vibes up and running here with a little bit of Ren. Okay. Ooh, great song. There you go. Hello, streamer. I'm gonna be right on in just a second. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but I I got on just to help Dylan and say hi for their birthday. So thank you so much for the Ray Dylan, and we'll be back in their stream sometime soon. So stick around. And yeah, I'm gonna take about 1 minute to get ready over here, and then we will start preparing for what I believe is actually I still have like another hour. Yeah. So today we were gonna do this thing called the. Let me just open my screen here. Studio mode, coding. Yeah, that sounds good. Transition. We were gonna do this thing called code relay with toggle bit. By the way. Oh, Nix, I would absolutely be trying Z on OCaml, right? Once it lands. I already have tried Z and I absolutely loved it. What's up? Why doesn't it capture the screen? Oh, it does. Okay, perfect. So we'll be joining this little repo project from Togglebit, and it's a fun experiment with Rust, right? Where they started a project that I have not seen yet. I know it's here, but I haven't seen it yesterday. And then these people have been passing the project on and on and on, right? And we'll see how far it goes. There is no intention to actually complete anything. It is more of an exercise in just sort of building things together without knowing who the other person is. And it got merged. Oh my god, that is fucking fantastic! Oh, amazing, great. I got a couple of shout outs from Togglebit, so I should probably do a shout out. Togglebit. I think this is what the Twitch etiquette demands. I think they're live right now, but I'm not allowed to look at their stream since they started, right? And since I signed up, I haven't seen Voltvid or Caleb or Moprog or any of these people, right? And yeah, some of the goals here rules: you cannot watch the other participants before you. You got to keep it cross-platform. You got to stream for 3 hours working on the code, then commit and push, right? The next person in line, if they're streaming, you got to rate them. No comments in the code at all. The code has to compile, it has to be zero depths, and it has to be only Roslang and no build RS. Yeah, I have some crazy ideas of shit that we could build here. I think it would be fun to do something with quantum computer simulations and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's just a couple of hours, right? We get to have some fun, share some things, right, with this amazing Rust folk, right? I was hoping to see Glitchbite also joining here because I realized I am definitely going to be the last one, so a lot of pressure on me. Yeah, but this will start in about an hour. I think until then, I will be writing docs for OCaml.org. I think that makes sense. You have to make it work. Dogs. I was about to make an emote say dogs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so this sounds like the plan. Everybody on board? Cool. Now, why haven't I slept that much? Because I went to bed pretty late, or rather early today, right? And the reason is that my sleep schedule is fucked, and I don't know a lot of ways to fix it other than pushing it, which is not very healthy, but it is what I can do. I know how to do. So I slept maybe 4 hours waiting for packages, so half asleep really. And here we are. And hopefully I will be very tired by the end of this stream, which will be 3 hours, should be roughly 9 p.m. here in Sweden, I believe. And I think that's a perfect time to go to bed. Yeah. Well, before I go for a second, I just want to say thank you, Ignite Nacer, Yakins. Okay, these people have said hi already. Thank you, Caleb Dev, Tick Tick Boom, Niekra, Poonslayer, Vivold B, Gandalf the Grey 91, Regalius 3, and Catsy 14 for the follows. Someone give this man a monster. Fun thing, even 6 for 12. I've had no caffeine for the past 10 days or so, maybe 7 days, and I'm feeling pretty fantastic. Like, I don't have as strong energy, like peaks and drops, right, as I used to have while just being caffeinated like a madman. And today, I got two things that I didn't expect to get. I got my Stream Deck, so we might spend a little bit configuring that with some things. And yes, I mean, we can definitely have a docs button there that says like check the docs or something. And I also got my walking desk. So I'll take a minute now and just like freshen up, and then I'll go back on camera, and we will be using the walking pad. So I will be walking through this thing. And that probably is the worst of all the ideas I've had today. But does that sound good? Okay, I'll leave you folks with some rant, and I'll be back in a minute. I should probably mute this. 1, 2, 3, mute. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. I've been doing a lot of quick adjustments all over, the stream. Play audio, timer, brightness, sleep scene, Streamlabs desktop. Do we have OBS stuff here? Do I need to configure devices? Oh, so that's not quite what I want, right? Plugins, that's what I want. Of course, OBS, and we want Discord, and we want Twitch. Oh, it's Spotify even? Damn! So much shit. Ethan, that probably means you're not doing, right? Or in the space, mental space, emotional space, where you need to be. Like, I don't think I've been as productive as I've been in the last 3 months in years, literally years. But then one day you find the thing, right? And it just clicks. All right. So just in case, we're gonna do this off screen. Oh my god. So I'm not loving the web forms from Elgato. Ooh, I definitely want that one. Create stream marker. And 1, 2, 3, stream marker, boom. It says no. Accounts, I need to add a new account here. One, two, three, stream marker. No, still not created. only works when I'm live. But I am live. What are you talking about? Oh, I can see the album there. Interesting. Next previews. Okay, I'm digging this. This is getting cool. Starting to feel very nice. Yeah, and you can add things very quickly from there, which I love. What I'm missing here is some of the OBS controls, right? I don't know which one I have. I guess none. Ooh, there we go. Replay buffer, scenes, transition. I don't know what this will do. Oh my god, this is excellent. All right, look at this. I'm gonna set a button here for my intro screen, right? And we're gonna set another button here for a different scene. We'll do the actual coding screen, right? And we'll set one for the cam close up, right? And I also have one more scene here for the coming back, right? I can even see the names of the things, so I can go like intro, right? Coming back soon. We can go to a cam close up, right? And just talk here. Hey, Chad, how are you? All good? Good to see you here. I'm back here. Holy fuck! This is coming. This is like, yeah, definitely working out. And source visibility. So essentially, I can come here and say, I'm gonna grab the source. I guess I need one of these, right? Like coding. Let's say duet. This is my microphone, right? And now you hear me. Maybe. That didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I guess this is for video things. Replace. Source, duet. No, not Dora. Duet. Toggle mute. Okay, so now this should be good. You can hear me now, but if I hear me and then you can hear me again. Oh God, you have no idea the things I've been doing to mute myself. Like find the OBS, find the tiny little mute button, try to click it as fast as I can so I can burp, right? Shit like that. This is excellent. Media source control, replay buffer, virtual camera. Ethan redeeming focus, Leandro. Okay, so that's that. This is enough for now, I believe. I can mute, pause. We have a string marker here. I do think maybe we just want one YouTube thing. I don't know how this will work, but let's see. Nope. Sound effects. Are you kidding me? I can trigger sound effects from here? Sabino Camel, I am really good at burping, and it would be a shame for the world not to know. I mean, I can burp on command. Not a competition. Just saying. Okay, that's good. I think that's good enough for now. Otherwise, we're gonna lose the rest of the day doing that. I didn't say I didn't think you could. I'm just saying I am setting the bar. Like this is where we're competing, Sabine. We're gonna do a burp off in Berlin for sure. So we were chatting with Sabine about this. We're gonna be speaking at BobConf, right? So let me just close that. BobConf. Speaking of, I need to get tickets for this. 41 days from now, right? And we were thinking, I have a quite portable streaming setup, right? Like, I have a tiny camera that I can move around, and I have more emotes. Awesome. And I have the tripod, the Gorilla Pod that I've been using for streaming while I was taking care of Leia, right? Stuff like that. So, what if we try to do a little live stream at the conference? It might be the case that the internet is garbage and we can't. I mean, it's a conference. Usually, internet is not good. But also, BobConf is small. We're not talking about like a 10,000 people conference. This is more of a 100-person conference, right? Would you be down for that? For us just like doing a panel there? Hello, everybody. This is Sabina Leandro coming to you from Berlin in BobConf. Hello, Sabine. How was the day today? And we'll put a very annoying commentator voices. And Andreas Rosberg goes for the win. Hey, Etienne, how's it going? From engineers to streamers to journey, real quick. Yeah, that's the journey, right? Like, you never know. Doom, doom, doom. Good to have you here. The caravan can't do anything. Anything that we put our minds to. Dude, all right. We need to make this very clear, right? We've been struggling in the deserts of Arrakis for centuries. If we can gather the spice and sell it, then what the fuck can we do? We just gotta organize a little bit. You know what I mean? Sit down, do the work. Sometimes very annoying, very frustrating work. Sometimes work that we procrastinate to know it. But we can do it. Oh. Frank Herbert. Gotta get that spice. I imagine that Herbert spoke like that because for some reason everybody spoke like that in the 40s and 50s. I don't know if it was the microphones that just captured a higher range of the frequency spectrum of the voice. Okay, I need to turn on the thingy, otherwise I will never start walking. I'm gonna get some water and then we go. Ready? And this would be perfect to add one more thing to the Stream Deck, which is I wanna OBS Studio, source visibility. I want to turn off the camera. So scene, coding, and 1, 2, 3, and I'm gone. And we're back. And we just like one tap of two fingers, I get the microphone up and running again, and the camera, which is kind of amazing. Okay, so that said, let's turn this thing on and see how it works. Eventually, I would love to hook it up so that I can like see steps or shit on stream. I think that'll be fun. You ready for this? You're not ready for this. I'm scared. Reconnecting to the trackpad, walking pad. It's connected now. Just, you can't see shit from there, but anyways. And we do go. Whoa! Current speed, too fast. Speed settings, we're gonna go to there will be no freedom units in this stream. You can talk them all you want, but here in this house, we respect the laws of thermodynamics and we speak metric. I think this is maybe too fast even. What the fuck? No, don't go to 3 kilometers per hour. No, fuck. Okay. All right. So the basic speed here is like 1 kilometer per hour. I just got a walking pad. Oh my god, this is gonna be so frustrating because I feel like I'm talking like this, you know, like the wobbling of the. I don't know if I love this. Fuck. This is so trippy. I don't. Just half it and add a little bit. We'll try that. 10 miles to kilometers. Dude, not even close to that. 10 kilometers to miles. So 10 to 6. Ethan, you should definitely come to BobConf. It is a small conference, but there's... Sorry, oh, fuck. Something about the texture. It just really itches my brain wrong. Ugh. 1 second. Whoa, that's a new feeling. Jesus. I don't know if I want to cry or puke or what, but something about the texture this machine just had under my feet, like a sound or vibration it did, it just threw me off so much. Jesus. Etienne says, I'm considering having one, but putting it in place in a way seems like a pain in case you want to see it sometimes. Yeah, so the one I have here folds actually. So it's a walking pad C2, I think. I did a bunch of research. This thing. And it's not that heavy. It's hilarious. They have there's 2 women that have posed for this thing, and they use them on every single product. There's like 1,000 companies making walking pads now, right? And it's the same woman every fucking where. I mean, good for her, right? But yeah, it's hilarious. You can use it as a footrest. Yeah, exactly. So that's how it goes. It opens like that, right? And then you press beep. It is a lot sturdier than it looks. It feels actually kind of nice. And I couldn't find a red one. It was just black, so I was all right. Your main job is a walking pad model, actually. So this thing, that the mode they have, if you walk in the middle, it just goes medium. If you go walk in the front, it goes fast. I haven't managed to do this thing they do here where they stop when they just let go. But yeah, it fits perfectly under the desk, under the sofa, or whatever. It's kind of nice. Okay, so let me start it again. Yeah, I'm hoping to just have it set up, right? And use it by default. But I don't know. It's do I not know how to walk? I wonder if this is the slowest it goes, right? 1 kilometer per hour. Oh no, wait, that was 2 kilometers. Okay, that's why it felt impossible to do anything. Damn, I can really feel you know what I mean? The wobbliness. Seriously, look at this, right? Posture up, elbows off table. I mean, I kind of need to leave some of my arm on the table so that I can type. I won't be able to type with my hands just dancing around. Now try and drink water. This sounds like it's gonna be a nightmare. Okay. Okay. If I clench forward and I rest some of my weight on the table, then it comes a little more stable. I don't think I can control it with the Stream Deck yet, but rest assured that the Stream Deck has a protocol, and we will implement that protocol in OCaml. And this thing has a protocol. It speaks over Bluetooth, right? So in today's stream, in the next 15 hours, we will write a Bluetooth stack for OCaml to to connect to this thing. No, not yet. You're not gonna control the speed 1 byte. Absolutely not. I refuse. I would not be held hostage. It would be insane. Okay, so God damn it. I'm just Anyways. I need to get used to this thing. Can you hear it, by the way? Is it loud? That's excellent. Sorry. I need to put some. I cannot do this barefoot. The texture, it's just, yeah. 1 sec. All right, chat. We're back. I need to set the default speed to be 1 here. The app is absolute garbage, by the way. And I got with the product some certificate that this had been tested in the EU, so it's not produced in the EU for sure. Okay. So we're here. What were we gonna do? We got the Walking Pad app. We got the Stream Deck app. It's configured. It's working. We can do. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give a big shout out here to our boy Etienne Milon. They are core devs for Dune. So if you like Dune, or if you hate Dune, or if you have just complaints, or just want to hang out and learn OCaml, go follow Etienne. No worries, buddy. That's what we're here for. Okay, so with that said, we wanted to actually try to write some doc, right, for HackMD. We have not much left, but we can definitely do some work here. I've been trying to do work here, but writing sometimes is you know how it goes. There's a reason Hemingway drank so much. I don't think I said mignon. I think I said milon. If you hate to, let him know. Yeah, I'm definitely not the best person here. He's gonna grab an IPA? Awesome. Wait, what? Do you mean a beer or? Oh, international pronunciation alphabet. Right. I was like, IPAs. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Etienne Capote. Milon. All right. That's like an right? Milon. Dope. Okay. Whoa. I almost destroy my setup here. I think I reached the height limit of my desk, and I have a speaker that is slightly overlapping it, and I almost dropped the speaker. And if that were to drop, it would pull the audio interface with a cable, and God knows what would happen then. So I'm gonna go lurk for a second. Whoa, Toggle Beat! Holy crap! I was just about to go lurk at your channel to say, hey, we're starting soon. We're starting in just a bit. In a Toggle Bit. Hey, dude, how was your stream? How's it going? All good? The lurk raid. We're all deeply sorry for what you're about to be exposed to. Good luck. My God, it cannot be that bad. Come on. I think it's gonna be good. Stream was good. Awesome. How you feeling? You good? I haven't looked into the repo yet. I'm about to. But we're starting in 20 minutes or a little less. Rewrite code relay in OCaml. Honestly, if this is fun, we're definitely gonna be doing some code relay in OCaml, right, Sabine? We might be a little more strict, like if you have a function or a type, right, you have to reuse something from the last one, so it's like a chain. I think that would be a lot of fun to see what the fuck like people come up with, right? Because then people abuse your data structures or your functions to do things that you didn't expect them to, or stuff like that. But we'll see. We need to wait for this one to be over, right? And okay, so I have a repo here sent over called relay code. All right. So in a few minutes, we'll clone that. But we want to be able to at least write a handful of things here for iteration. Oh, yeah. Shout out here again to Togglebit. We just gave you one recently. And here's the rules. I've explained a little bit of what it is. And I actually have the command as well, so you can bank code relay, right? And see what that's about. And as we said, the idea here is just to like pass around code between developers, and there's a bunch of people here. How many people actually managed to get there? 21 commits. Oh, damn! There's still pull requests open. Will those get merged before I start, or? Oh, these are no relays. I'm sorry. I am really sorry. This is excellent. I have no idea what's going on here. Okay, but everything's compiling. Okay, I'll ignore the PRs. That sounds excellent. Thanks for the raid, Toggle. And yeah, I'll ping you as soon as we start. So if you're lurking, then you might hear your name called. See you in a while. Chat, we're also trying here to write some OCaml docs, and I'm trying a walking pad for the first time. So if you see me wobble like this, right, like, no, that was not the thing. Here, see what I? That's me walking on a walking pad right now, and it's both awesome and terrifying. So okay, I might need to change something lighter. I'm starting to get hot. All right. So the last thing we wrote here in the docs was pipelines and composition and chaining, right? And we want to go through the iteration section. Or right, we had a note here from myself. This example kind of sucks. I like one where the use of labels greatly improves the readability, but since list labels end up doesn't take an argument, right? Then we still need that nasty flip function. But I mean, we have a OCaml extraordinaire Etienne around here. Maybe you know a better way of doing this. So the thing that I was trying to do is to showcase an example without arguments, right? Where we're pipelining and we need to do some things like, for example, map on strings, right? And flip a function to be able to take the name, right, out of a string. So do some string manipulation here. Hey Fury, thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you're here for the relay, just say relay, and then we know. Yeah, Anthony's messy with that. So I was hoping that the list labels module will have an at, or position or something. But it does not. Odd. Hey Gerald, thanks for joining chat. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I just didn't want to make this larger than it needs to be. But it's a good call. So I think we can edit that. I think it's going to take some time to get used to the typing experience here. And this is not a backwards compatible change. Because I would definitely go into the standard library and just add that, right? But we don't want to do that. Yeah, it's so hard because sometimes I sit down and I can literally bang out, like a 5,000 word article for practical OCaml in like an hour. And here, I don't know if I set the bar too high for myself in terms of the output I want, right, or the quality that I want. So I do feel like a barrier from just like writing about what I think or what I know. So iteration, we usually think of iteration when we think of looping and going through collections of things, right? Loop through elements in a list to go over keys in a map, right? But in OCaml, the pattern for iteration can be extended to other kinds of data types, like optional values or results or trees and lazy sequences. Iterating in OCaml means that if there is a value or more, we'd like to run a function over if there is apply a function to it. Okay, so here we'd like to do, for example, iterating over lists, right? Iterating over optionals, iterating over results, iterating over sequences. And iterating over trees. Custom data types. Don't think. Yeah, someone base told me that one. I wonder who that was. I wonder glitch. Oh my god, I can't do the steps. Jesus. All right, going back here. Definitely, I need to rework the muscle memory. I cannot go to the close app and just stand. I used to do that. Jump back math. Is it like those videos where 4 devs made a game without communication type of project? Absolutely, 100%. It is that. So, chat, what do you think? Should we try to explain iteration over something other than this thing? We do have maps, so maybe we can cover maps as well. Like most of these are going to be pretty straightforward, right? We'll do something like list is defined as a list in OCaml is a linked list that is composed by a head, the first element, and a tail, the rest of the list. We can iterate over lists by using by pattern matching. And I kind of want to do this with pattern matching first and then use this iter, because that would build the intuition that an iteration is just pattern matching and applying, a function over some of the things that you pattern match on. And that would mean that if you go through lists, optional results, maps, lazy sequences, and so on, by the time you get to custom data types, it will be completely natural to say, oh, yeah, we want to do our own iter function, right? Then, of course, that iter function is going to be using match, right? So that's my intuition around this. Whew. Picked the wrong day to start walking on stream. Sleep deprived. With way too much work to do. Right day for you. Yeah. Enjoy while you can. Bastard. So. Hey Jazz, how's it going? See you later, Glitch. Good lurking. Thank you for that. And here we would do. Actually, I guess SUML is not really what we're going to do. So we are iterating, but we're also collecting here. And we'll do that in folding a little below. So maybe print all, right? I think that makes more sense. Iterating is defining a function. Then it's a fun puzzle. I see what you mean there. I see what you did there. That could be. I think I first want to build an intuition that iteration is really about traversing data, right? And I'm trying to sort of walk you through, right, different examples to build that intuition. The puzzle is good if you're like trying to figure things out on your own. But when when I'm reading docs, I don't want to think. I just want to find the thing that's like, oh, this is how I do things. All right, perfect. And I move on. Like, the last thing I need documentation to do is to present me with a joyous riddle for me to invest energy into. It's like, I go to the docs because I need to know the exact sort of response to something. I probably already have a riddle that I'm trying to solve, right? So here, at this point, iterating over maps, we already would have had built, right? And then this will be print values. We already can do print all, like we did before. But I guess maybe we can make this, not know about print all, the number part, right? So and then after we go through that, it's like, oh, but we can call print all with any function, f function, fn. So it really is just iterating over the list and running every element. That's how list iter is defined. So at this point, we will have something like print values, right? And then we could call. I don't know if it makes sense to start with something as small as we did with print nums first, right? in lazy sequences, I think this will be a good segue here. Because from optional result list, everything is data structure you already have. But then when we go to maps, that's a data structure that will be opaque to you, right? So we need to extract the value somehow. But that's still easy, I think, because you get all the values, so you know what to do with the list, right? You've seen that already in this tutorial. But a lazy sequence, right? Not. You have not seen that before. And I think that's a good way for describing sort of generators in general, right? Like building the intuition that lazy sequence, a generator, is just a function that you call it to get the next element. By the way, the standard library having a function called unconst to get the next element in a sequence is ridiculous. It's like, I don't care where it comes from, right? No one's going to guess what unconst does. No one. Unless you build the module. Like the first thing we do in Riot, when we define the string module, is say, we will have a function called next. Every language out there uses next for iterating over a sequence. Why would we do differently? That makes no sense. I need to get familiar with the new emotes, Sabine. Love this, reading the docs. Damn, those are tier 3 emotes? Jesus, Sabine, you're really asking for the money now. Whoa. Okay, so there's some movements I need to avoid here. You made too many? Unconsistent, no, yeah. We have next. It is still a sequence, right? Unfold, I can understand. I think unfolding also might actually be a word that sometimes we use even in English, right? In other languages, I've seen them use that as well. Snock, as in the reversals of cons. Why do we have to be clever and like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Just pick a boring name. Tell me, Etienne, like if you were to pick the most boring, right, an obvious name for Snock, what would you pick? Because I know what I would choose, right? But I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Snock is the like a reverse cons, which is not uncons. So cons adds a new head to a list, right, in the front. Snock puts something on the back. I think. Push back, or append. Append is a beautiful name as well, right? If you're treating this sequence as a like a queue sort of thing, push back is nice. I think append is also very, very good. I love append. Because with append, you also have prepend, right? And we usually, like, if we have a verb, right, that has this duality, then it's easier to find the metaphor. Because all of this shit that we're coding with, right, is just metaphors. Like, there is no stream. There's just, like, electricity being moved around, right? But we use the metaphor of a stream to understand, like, okay, this is something that's flowing. data that comes in and out, and so on. Tell me you learn with programming with C++ without telling me you learn programming with C++. Revcons make. All right, so I think if I'm gonna be doing this for the next 3 hours, I'm gonna need to change clothes because I'm already sweaty as fuck. So, 2-3 minute break. I'll switch clothes into something that I can walk for the next 3 hours on, and we'll be back. And I think this. What's that? Who's a sweat lord? Sweat lord. Whimsically made, Wim. See you, Etienne. Have a good one. Thanks for swinging by. Wim, we are right now on a walking pad over here, so it's a walking stream. But I think this structure will allow me to sort of fill in the gaps. So I made it easy to fill in the gaps, I think. And I think Cuitlahuac will be very happy that we have a tree example here. Yeah, she also has Itoa and Atoi. Oh, cool. We gotta let's. Thank you so much, Sabine, for that clip. I love it. Okay, let's do that. Let me just pause this thing, and I definitely want to set it up. Holy fuck, I've been walking for 40 minutes? Didn't even notice. I think this is gonna work. Paused. Camera off. I'm on mute. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay. We're back. Let's do this, shall we? You tap here, code relay, repo, toggle byte, code relay. 2024? I forget. What's a repo? Relay code. Okay, so we have started. Toggle bit, we are starting. Whew, let's see what we will find here. So first I'll just try to cargo build this thing, and it builds fine. Oh no, use my U, use my V. My cool, not Java, but real Rust factory with extra long name that does a lot of nice things when you really think about the time of day and what really can come of it when things get dumb. But what do you think about it? How was your day, by the way? Factory. TUVAJX. Oh my god. What? What in the damn fuck is this? Who? This is cursed. Alright, so I have no idea what I'm gonna do. But of course, we need to start adding comments everywhere. Because that's the rule number 1, right? Let's see. Git log. What do people do? Lol, I'm sorry. Okay, just a starting commit there. Perfect. Sorry, Toggle just leaking your email there to everybody. So 3 hours later, we got this, right? Cursor, an action. This might help me understand what people are trying to do, right, going forward. It was accidental that I ended up. I guess I could have pitched myself for a slot yesterday as well, but I was too deep into the live view OCaml stuff. OCaml people, right? OCaml. Or Rust. Rust is like OCaml, but harder. Or faster. So we have some errors here, which are great. Invalid types and so on. And then we have an entity. Ooh, is this a triple store? Entities, a field B and field C. No, it's not. Why do you have a name and then you have field B and field C? Interesting. Help. Create a new session. So this sounds like a thing we can run, maybe, right? Okay, so let's do cargo run. Ooh, create a new act upon a session. Oh, that's excellent. So can I do lucky? That sounds like something I would try. God damn it, I can type here. Rebozo exception. You're not feeling like, oh my god, I got ratioed? Fuck. Not gonna make it yet. We just got started and I got ratioed already. Every runner in the first 10 minutes. Oh, what's this now exciting? After 10, what the fuck? Yeah, that is good to know. I think it's good for the audience, the people following the code relay to see the same thing, right? Like the same reaction. Okay, but that clearly is not what's happening here because we didn't have a lucky here. We just had new, so we can do new here. And invalid, so help. What? What just happened? Unreachable patterns. So that saved the session, I guess in sessions. Call help. Excellent. That's excellent. I want to see what the options are for new name. Okay, new Batman. So I have a session for Batman now. And I guess if I do help again, then I can load the session, write Batman, and then something would happen. Embodied field type. This This sounds like a runtime error. Serialization problems. What the hell's action? Action. And we're gonna do walk. Invalid action. Try action help, but no one will hear you screaming userland. Ooh, fight love, electrocute neutral. We're gonna start with love. Love Batman. Invalid argument. What's a target? How do I target the thing? Love books. Okay, so we're gonna go into the main here. Surely there is a main, right? This is Rust after all. Oh, nice. Repose. You're not feeling lucky. So we load the session, right? Wait, are we not using target? So action doesn't do anything. Archetype, kind, and target. Load. If we get lucky, otherwise we get a massive error, which we haven't gotten yet, by the way. And we try to read the session file, serialize, deserialize. Ay. Should we make a Russian roulette here? That would be so mean. I mean, I'm the last one, so the next person would be no one, right? But I wouldn't want to run that thing. Or we could constrain it, right? But I'm still unsure what the action does. Wait, session file, name, serialize. I'm still confused. What is the action supposed to do? We have tests. What? Somebody wrote tests. Big round of applause to London Spark and Roland Fredenhagen. Gilgamesh, nice. I approve of this. Action fight, entity, start, target. Florp. Oh, we were just talking about Florps recently in the new Invader Sim movie from 2019 or something like that. It's called something about 69 health. LOL. Round trip. Okay, so action spawn, right? We're not really getting there at all. We're just calling session load. So I wonder if somebody removed things here. Because it sounds like it was working at some point, right? But maybe it didn't. And maybe we can make it work. That would be dope, right? Because we have a session from the target. Now we just need an action. So struct action. Or is it an enum action? What the hell is an action? I guess it's in a different file. Yeah. Yeah, I think we could do that. We can extend the action to actually do things, right? So you are the person that is attacking, I guess, or something. We're trying to load the session of Batman, but I guess that will never work because we don't really have a session for Batman. I mean, we have Batman, the most powerful. Okay, so we do have a session for Batman, right? I'm gonna do the dumb thing here. We're not going here. Action, kind target. So action, I guess, has a part somewhere. Deserialize. No. Hey, Olavo. I don't know Modprog, but if it has to do with the actions not working, then I found it. Ooh! I got what you need. So, I want to find out where the hell are we parsing the action into args. Sorry, I was reading the wrong thing. No! What are you doing? Are you stopping? Don't stop, just keep going. So, I guess args, action help, parts, action, right? We are getting action target, action arc. We'll see. I shall endeavor to fix it. Modprog. Invalid argument. So far we have an invalid argument here. It doesn't really say what the invalid argument is. This probably should be target, I guess. Because we don't really get here, right? Yeah, no. So how are we rendering invalid args? I guess we have an error somewhere. Yeah, invalid args. Subcommand. But the subcommand is empty. I wish I could just stand still for a second to show the dismay. Try target help. I got what you need. Invalid arg. I guess it should be action because that's what you have here, right? But it doesn't really tell me what's up. I got what you need. Okay, let's see what the arguments are. Like a peasant with debug. Oops, sorry. Too much OCaml. We got a Boros. Okay, so we got action, love, books. We have the three things, right? The first thing we get... Okay. One bug fixed and to go. That was a problem here, right? We were popping up the next argument here, and essentially we were trying to pop it again and then again, but that's not going to work. So we introduced our nicely named variable here for that. I think I would add randomly named variables all throughout the program. Can we do that? Is that allowed or forbidden? coderelay 2024. That was you as well. I think this fits within the rules, so YOLO. There are no innocent people in this project. Yeah. Of course, I will keep the ones that other people have written already. I will not obfuscate the code, but for security purposes, I will obfuscate mine. Cool. So we don't need that anymore, right? And we actually get now to the main where we wanted to go. So I'll start a branch. And we'll do fix action command. Then we can squash everything later. Oh no, I committed all the garbage that I wasn't supposed to. All right, whatever. No, not again. God damn it. Woo! There we go. Now we actually get an error here, and that's because we have a boolean. So I think I would like to actually override the odds of override my fate. And we'll do 2112. Okay. I like that. So we may have a third argument here, right? That will be fine. And that may be empty, and that will be fine, right? So we can go there, and we'll parse. Huh. Okay, no, never mind. We need to just add it here. So action, I actually need to add more things to this. And I think we just want a number here, right? So we'll do a U size. Cool. I like that. So when we do next there, then that's going to blow up, I think. Unless we do something like this. And we'll do some here. And this, I'm writing OCaml. God damn it. Stupid hands. Just, I'm not dancing. I am on a walking pad. So what the hell was it? Override my fate. Right? Anything else here? What do you mean contagious? Are other people doing this? Mm. I think I will want to do a ref right here to get a. No, maybe I can just do unwrap, or and then I can do an empty string. Nice. So if we do now override my fate 2112, then at least we're getting the right number there, and we're not. We are not getting the right number. Target. That's not how the bug works, is it? Because I don't really see printing anything. And that's because I'm a dummy. No, it's not the bug. What the hell? Which one is it? Our love and books in 2112. Love it. Okay, perfect. So we have stuff here, right? Okay, chat. We'll do a fun thing here. Every time I commit, you can come up. One of you can just write the commit, and it could be anything. I will approve or deny, right? Reject, but you can write whatever you want. We'll squash all of them together later. The treadmill is set up to like 1 kilometer an hour, so fairly slow. Hey, what's up? Hi, Crimson Mana. Thanks for joining, chat. How's it going? You enjoying the stream so far? Cool. So now we can see what the hell is session load, right? How good are you at booleans? Okay. Referee, where's the referee? I need to call something here. This qualifies as a comment. In many languages, that would be a comment, like Python. I take full responsibility of this code. Okay, perfect. We can say what? And. So I will copy paste that exactly how you said it, right? There we go. If you're roasting someone, is that a comment? Fuck, I cannot comment on things. Burnt. Yeah. I think it would be awesome to have a bot in chat, right? So people can actually do git commit from chat. And then at any point in time, it just commits, right? Like whatever is happening there, it just commits that with the message that they have put. That would be cursed, but yeah, it would be fun. Yeah, it will be a train wreck. Yeah, especially like if the viewership is if chat is engaged, right? Yeah, I mean it would be fine to just commit in the middle of a line. Over time, the commits stack and it's fine, right? But then you have all these messages, and it will be pretty cursed to allow chat to be. You're all a bunch of degens, so we're not doing that yet. Okay, so if not matching the Boolean luck, right, we will get that. But I actually would like to be able to pass in our beautiful luck here, right? And now, what was this? This was a U size, right? Yeah. Fate, decider, tilter. and I think we should define a function here. Decide fate based on weights and tilting and random Boolean value in a totally impartial way, because of course God isn't playing favorites and things are good, right? Wrong. Things are not what you think they are. Run. Run, you fool. And this will essentially give us back a bool. And I'm going to put some of that here, right? Because we want that. And I think I'm confused as to how this will ever pass. But I would kind of want us to maybe add 1 to the number that we pass in, right? And then multiply it with itself until we hit a prime. that might never finish, but it might be hard to find. I don't know. So many merge conflicts. It's no merge conflicts is if it's on the same branch, right? Just like slow incremental progress. Okay, so clearly here we to be able to decide fate based on weights and tilting and random Boolean values, right? In totally impartial ways, because of course God isn't playing favorites and things are good, right, wrong. Things are not what you think they are. Run, you fool. We need many variables, I think. So maybe we'll just pass in the U size here. It's like luck, right? Or Luke expected a bool. Again, too much OCaml. Perfect. And now when we go into session load, which should be somewhere else, here we will do 0. Excuse me? Convert in... I resembled that remark. Hey, Relic Hang, thanks for the follow. Okay, so we had a sec fault somewhere. No, no one will hear you screaming user land. That's fine. Okay, so we essentially go into load, and that's fine, but this thing is not returning what we think it should, which I'm confused about, right? Does this ever pass? I think it might never pass. Strings, rand. What color is your favorite banana? Rand, none. Depth size, Unix epoch, Smileys, special sauce, real bulls. Probably. There was a thread in Twitter recently about terrible ideas for a programmable language. And I think we can introduce that later, but I mean, we already have a custom Boolean here, but I wrote that maybe we could have a Boolean that is really a tri-state, right? And then Booleans, right, randomly entangle with each other. So when you flip a Boolean, you may flip any of the other Booleans that you've actually used, because they're quantum Booleans, right? They can be true, false, or both. And that will be fun to play with. Hey, Xfacine. Welcome to chat. It's an organic Australian secondfold. Oh no, CPP sources. God damn it. So, invalid argument. Override my fate. Am I not parsing my own thing correctly? That would be hilarious. But I was. This was working. And when we do that, we actually see args are love and books. So, why is loading breaking? Error 404. Your session is in another castle. Or you haven't created yet. I think I have not created my session yet. Okay. But that, I don't like this. If you're not cool, then we decide a fate with a die. Okay, that's good. We just got lucky there. So we'll do new, and we call it books, right? Invalid field type. Awesome. What in the fuck? None of this works. It's all broken. It compiles but doesn't do anything. Why am I fixing it? I shouldn't be fixing. I should just be doing whatever. But I think it's fun to go and fix it. Like, just... Not that it's broken. There's no purpose to this, right? It was most fun watching, though. Yeah. It is for these things that I wish I played more around with type level computation to do completely cursed things with traits. Invalid field type. Where does that come from? I guess it's serialized, right? Ensure type. My guess is that ensure type is the thing. Because it comes from field reader. No, that's far to 30. Huh. Huh. Where exactly are we doing the thing? We read the bytes, we find a session, we go into reader, we call deserialize, right? Oh no, this is, where's Malprog? You bastard. Is this where you broke the thing? Self party opponents, size, buffer size, unknown size. Opponents, actions. So I need to go into each one of these things now. Is entity vectors. Okay, entity. Where the hell is an entity? Here. And we got serialize, string, byte, and bool. That looks fine. That looks fine. God damn it. It would be hilarious if you just went like 0 there. But So you start that way, you serialize, then you add the rest of the serialization of the buffer thingy. And I want to go to action, which is defined in the action module, right? And then here we have a serialize. And I guess we're missing things now. Yeah, we're missing things. $120. Why would we use that? That is so big. String action kind option string. Okay. Serialize. So we have ag28 string action kind, and then we have an option string. So field. What the hell is field? I guess we define field somewhere here. Create 30. Field. Right, so this will, I guess, just ignore it if it's we're using a default. Okay. So I am definitely starting to feel the burn in my legs. Feel the burn. And when we deserialize, we go reader, read field, and a field reader is also defined here. Some of you have done great work. So we want to. What are we fighting here with? I think we're fighting with this thing, right? Nope, we're not. So is it happening earlier? It is definitely happening in this serialize, right? I mean, don't make me set all the question marks to unwrap. I'll do it. Yeah, that's a good point. What did I do? Okay, so we're failing here. That's good. That's constrained. So we can go into the field for session, right? Field type, no, field, yeah. And we are getting some bytes and we create a field reader. Get in there. I feel it. So we're calling this, and we call this serialize on the session, right? Which is ensure type, right? We get field type, which comes from up here, right? And we get an invalid field type, so it's coming from here, right? And that must mean that the field type on the way in and the way out are not the same, because we don't have the same thing here. So what the hell do we have in books, right? We're not going to see that there, of course. So if we have this one, then we must have the opposite, right? Something to serialize the field type into a number that we can just write there. Field reader, do we have a writer? Field, serialize field, right? There we go. Field type, known size, buffer, string. Okay, I'm gonna need to do a side by side here. Oh no, macros. Try from field to type. So we're gonna be using into to get the field type. We got a byte here. Potentially, yeah. But it's fine. I don't mind doing the debugging the old way. Thank God I changed clothes. I was with sweatpants and a big thick hoodie, right? The red one. Impossible to do this in that. Okay, I need more water. Okay. So on the way in, right, the session field type should be 8. And that means we should go into field, session, serialize, right? And here, are we missing the field? Is that the problem? As unknown size, field type session. Let's see if we do this for actions, right? Serialize. Unknown size, action. That looks fine. I think this looks fine, yeah. So why are you complaining? Unknown size is coming from the serializer. So serializer is going to be here. An unknown size is going to take a field type, right? And push it as a U8. And a field type is defined somewhere here, right? Field type, right? Starting at 1. Okay, I think I am smelling the bug close. Try from field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. String, I28, byte, bool, action kind, entity session, back, real boolean. So that will be okay, field type, real boolean. No, that did not solve that. Okay, so it's not that one. We have just a few more. So we got a vec, but we wanted an entity. So is the bug here in how the vectors are being serialized? Because I noticed the options are being sort of flattened out. So if we do have an option, then we just go for the default value. My guess is that the default value will be read back into a none. Interesting. I know, yeah. Okay, so clearly we have a problem here when we're reading. Let's see when we're writing, right? So we're going to serialize for the session. Serialize. We will have party actions. Wait. Why do we have an entity? That's opponents, right? Opponents are entities. Perfect. So if we go into main, we'll see entity here. So we can do serialize for entity. And this actually works fine, serialize here. I think the problem is that when we do opponents in serialize, right? I think, are we trusting vec to be implemented? Like, does vec have a default implementation here? So serialize for vec t, we do. But that looks fine. Unknown size vec. And when we do the deserialization, right? the field we read is entity, which is wrong. That is wrong. Why? Why do we do that? We're reading the wrong thing. Maybe we are reading the wrong thing, right? Because for serialize for vec, we got unknown size, that's fine, vector, less here, and when we do unknown size, right? We get a field type, and then we turn that into a U8. And so vec here would be nine. An entity 7. Okay, so we have a off by 2 error somewhere. We're reading a vec, but we expect an int. So ensure type. I get the feeling that it's just in the deserialize. When we do deserialize session, we will do opponents, reader, read field, right? And that will do deserialize for vec. But I guess I kind of expected this to work, right? Yeah, so that's not failing here. So this read field is not really going to where we think it's going, right? Ensure type field session. Line 286 here is Hispanic. So we're reading something from self, the field type, and we compare it with the field type that we expect, right? And then we return a U size if it's there. We can do that as well. First backtrace, full. Damn, yeah, maybe too much. Better. Relay code, started to serialize, line 140. I wanted to play detective, but okay. So party, what's party? Vec entity, okay, so that's the same thing that we were doing before. And we have tests for, I don't even, do the tests even run? So that's failing. And I didn't break it. That was there. Okay, commit time. Who wants to commit? Just put the message. Don't say like, oh, I'll commit this thing and then a string. So it's easier to copy paste. All right. That I tried. I'm gonna go with I tried here. Twitch recap. Cool. So slowly we're gonna build a little chat there. Ba-ba, ba-ba. So Moprog, did you introduce the bug like on purpose, or is it like accidental a bug? Like am I debugging against your skill to obfuscate something, or it broke? Oh, you didn't find time to fix it. Okay, no worries. All right, cool. Then it's a good thing that we're fixing it, right? Because I would like to be able to run the program and see what it does. No, there's a couple. There is a couple of broken things on purpose for sure. Like the random panics. Oh yeah, don't help me, please. Don't tell me what it is. I'm also running without an LSP here. I just wanted it to be as painful as possible. Okay, so as far as I can see, right, we are going fine through read field, right, into the vec deserialize any line 28 and 105, right, and short type. Oh wait, this is okay. So then we have an error in the serialization of the vector. Serialize for vec. Hey, we were there already. Unknown size for field vec. And then field vec should be 10. So 0. And we'll push that. Oh my god. What is this meant to do? How am I supposed to use this? Ugh. Ugh. Almost there. So unknown size for field vec. Where else are we calling unknown size? No, wait, that is a function. In action RS, we call it in line 68, right? And then we call S buff size. No, that was fine. Okay, so I thought the error was something as dumb as like, oh, we're just like assigning the size to 0 to begin with. But it makes sense that we start with 0, right? And here in the unknown size, we first push the size of the field, which would be 10, right? And then we get the index, so we extend that with 0, 0. Yeah, it's global, it's boxed, it is mutable, and it's borrowed across several threads without any locks. Okay, so we fixed a couple of things on the path going into the code, so we can actually call the action command now, which is great. And we create a new session, and now we've been trying to load the session. We're finding that there is a problem with the way the session was serialized or deserialized, right? One of two. Could be both. Could be both now, yeah. Exactly. It does. It is fun though. Trying to get into like so some things about the code relay you need to know is like there is no comments anywhere, right? So there's no indication of what things should do. There are some tests that I would argue are comments. Just saying, just gonna drop that there. So there's some function names that also are readable. It is surprisingly readable code, yeah. Like I'm making an effort to make it less readable in that sense by just every variable I create is just gibberish. Like in the RX module, like this, howl, that sort of thing. Otherwise, it's too easy, folks. But I'm also the last one, so it doesn't really matter. I guess you could check the serialized code to check if it looks okay. So I would expect that to be 9, right? So in enum, Wait, no, stop helping me, Monprog. You can't help me. This is painful for me as it was for you, and now you gotta suck it up. Like everybody else sucked it up when they were watching you, and I didn't. So I don't know how bad it was. Probably was good, but yeah, you get the point. So we can do an hex dump here of a session, and I came up with this idea all by myself. And I don't really know how these are aligned, but I do see a 10 there. Yeah, Molprog, no spoilers. Yeah. Alcraz is my hype person here. I was just messing in Molprog, all good. Okay, so at least with that, I can actually go into Saturday and look for the session, right? Field type session is 8, which is what we see first here, which is great, right? Oh no, they have already been doing this. Fuck, someone should have done like a print to ASCII thing. But I guess this is the fun of the thing, right? So the session serialize will have party, opponents, and actions. And what I'm missing here, right, is what comes out of the 8. Because the first thing I would expect to see is the 8, right? And then I would expect to see the immediate tags for the fields. Okay, no worries. Well, happy to see that we're all on the same page. Party serialize should be a vector, right? I don't really see the tag there for a vector. All the tags are pretty high, which is kind of bothering me, right? Unless where's the 9, right? Let me do a new session. Cargo new, right? Test 1. Cool. And we'll do sessions, test 1. Okay, so that's an empty session. He has a bunch of crap already, right? I think I know what's wrong. I need some battle music to fight these bugs. Bada bam bam. Bam. Oh, 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 oh. Bada bada bum. Bada 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 bum. Bada 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 bada. Not so much really. 2 kilometers. But it's like it's in easy mode. Like 1 kilometer per hour. And, you know, I'm also not fully standing on the desk, like holding myself there. But I need to apply some pressure with my arms to be able to stabilize the hands, to be able to type. It is not so bad, right? Like when I start typing, I just forget that I'm walking. And I think that that's what's happening because if I didn't walk, I would fall. It would just pull me back, right? Like, whoa. Now I'm static and this is so weird. The machine shows an error, EO4. Maybe I should hex dump the walkie pad. Good old reset there. Onwards we go. Okay. So we see the right tag there. And then immediately you would expect to see the party, right? And the party, what is 007? I see a 007 there. I like entity. Okay. All right, hear me out, chat. We have here on the left, right, we have 008, and that's the tag of a session. And then we have some garbage in the middle. I don't know what that is, right? But eventually we have 0007. And that is the tag of an entity, right? So the entity is there, but the wrapper, the vector that I thought was going to be there, doesn't seem to be there, right? Why? By the way, in the Stream Deck, when I see the little icon of the album, it is just so cute. I own my sword to serve right ideals and justice for all. So that vector serialization, fuck it. Fuck it. I will search for the email. Yeah, we have hex here on the left. And between the first and fourth value, right? I was hoping to actually see the tag for a vector, but we don't. So I'm trying to understand what's wrong with the vector here, right? But Moprog, no hints, okay? Thank you. I appreciate that. So I was hoping to see like 9. So at the very least, right? Why is that land there? Why isn't that 0? No, if that was 0, then we would be modifying the first value, right? In line 23. And we don't want to do that. Wait. We do see the tag. Right? We do see it. It's 09 there. It is not the entire block. It's just a little bit here. So for some reason we have some padding here. And then we have 08. That's the session. And then we do 09. That's a vector. And then 41. 41. Let's see what the hell are we actually creating, right? When we do new. Bam, 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 bam. Session new. You only see 0103. Oh. No worries. Completely fine. The only thunder god Gloria, gloria perpetua in this dawn of victory. So we have one action there, and the default for the party is just one vector with one value. So where's that 4 coming from? So what happens if we actually have many entities, right? And what happens if we have no entities? This dawn of victory. Whoa, didn't work? Okay, that's interesting. Index out of bounds, the len is 0, but the index is 0, right? Session 125. Save session file. Bum 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 bum. So we need to have a session, and that comes from the party. This is gonna be a bad idea, isn't it? Holy thunder force. Okay. We're not really serializing that session, so it's fine. Okay. I am confused. What the hell is happening here? We have 3 empty vectors and a string, right? I don't understand why you... Okay, the string we're not serializing right now, which is fine. Dun, da, da, da. So it goes the wind to defeat the evil enemies. In the name of Holy Thunder Force, evil enemies. So we have this vector when we go serialize, right? And then we push the tag and we extend with 2 zeros, right? Okay, so that duplicates the tag there. Or it doesn't duplicate the tag, I guess, but I'm confused still. Slaying the evil bugs, yeah. Oh, this is a great one. I know which is my fate, bound to Aaron's old tale. I'll be always there, fighting the ancient scene. The ancient syntax. Christopher Lee has such a deep voice. Hear that? Of the reeds a stream. I can't do that. Okay, so 08 is fine, and then we put the tag there. I don't understand why we have so much space between these things. I kind of just expected to see. I guess we do because we have a U16, right? Why do we have a U16 there? This is. Just destroying that code. So this is now making a lot of sense. What has tag 3? Byte? You are the chosen one. Hey, I still have an hour and a half, okay? cut me some slack. So my guess is that this size here affects something. Right? It does not. Oh yeah, it does. I see an F there. Oh my god. Does anybody know if Dylan is back? How do we end up in Lana Lux? Meant to me. No, he hasn't come back. Huh. Rage in the wind. The speed of the eternals, rage in the wind. Okay. Bytes, buffer length. Maybe the problem is here, right? Maybe the problem is how we are. No, sorry. Where are we? No, this is not it. Serialize. I need to see that this makes sense, right? We have this S function, we get the unknown size, we know it's going to be a vector. That starts building the thing, puts the padding there, right, of 2 bytes. What happens if we do like 2112? Where would that end? Or I guess that would be too much. But let's say 77, right? Okay. So immediately after the tag, right, we'll get 4D. I need something to go from hex calculator. Advanced mode, convert. View, programmer. Yay. So I want to see base 60. No, god damn it. And I want to do 0x, right? And we'll do 4D, right? And in base 10, that is 77. Okay, perfect. What? Why do we see... So if I do 0008, no, wait, 0008, right? And then 4D, then I should see what? No, that's that's not what I want to see, right? God damn it, this has the shittiest UX. Just let me fucking type numbers. All right, 40 is 77. Why do I have to toggle? Why do I have to toggle things? That makes no sense. Just show me the values, right? Hide binary. Like, I want to show hex or show decimal, right? Okay, but at least I can see that this value is being placed immediately afterwards. So we're going to extend after we push the bit. And my guess is that we're just extending so we have enough room, right? For these 2 values here, right? that will be used to decompose the size as a U16. So we'll grab the two different bytes there and we'll place them one after the other, right? And I think that makes sense. So that is not so cursed so far, right? And then we put the size, and we have size is whatever you said it was plus 30 bytes. The field type, right, and the length. So in the case of 0008, (09) is going to be the length of the entire thing. And that would explain that, right? I don't see any other explanation there. So if we go into session, serialize, right? Serialize. And then here we actually do size plus self name serialize buff, right? Do I need to borrow it? How do we do this for entity? Field string, okay. No, it's just field. Then that first 9 should have changed, should have grown. And it does not. Oh, wait. Is this right, left to right, right to left? So we have the bytes there, right? The 2 bytes extras. And we're writing the numbers. Are we writing them in the right order? So 09 in X and let's say calculator. So that will be 20 bytes in total. Does that make sense? Let's see what the size of that thing is. Yeah. What? How is it 20 bytes? With the number 20 bytes in it. It knows its own size? I guess it does. Okay, but I'm happy with that. That makes sense. So, tag, right? Size, empty byte, I guess. And then we start over. Rice. Mod prog, we're getting so close. So close. I think Big Idiot is right order. So one thing I thought is that maybe this is written the wrong way, right? But I don't think that's a problem. Because then we get here, right? It will be the same size, but if we cat it hex dump, it will just be the other way around. Whoa! I have no idea why that put the 11 there. But I'm not going to complain. Just going to go back to that. I'm going to assume that that's correct. And then we have the I guess okay. These 2 bytes, right, are I guess actually going to be the padding. Why do we have those zeros there in the middle? That's what I don't get, right? So if I grab that, right, and I just go to here, so 0, 9, 11, right? Then what do I see in binary? I see 3 bytes. And that makes sense. I guess this is just zero padding it for convenience. Stretching the legs. So we upped the speed to 1.6 now. And it's feeling okay. I am starting to feel hungry though. Last I ate was about 18 hours yesterday, so a little over 24 hours now, which is terrible. But yeah, this is where we are. At least I added a little feature, so I'm happy with that. So you can like decide your own fate, which is good. But I would love to fix this one. Holy dragons, keepers of time. I'm a little confused about the ordering of things in Hexdump, right? I don't know why we see those triple zeros before the 8. But fear not, we will figure it out. Why saying size 3 on every move? Shouldn't it be 2? No. No, it's 3. So, like, 3 is the default size that we already have, right? So we see first the 8, right? Which is fine. And then we extend with 2 bytes, so 0, 0, that's great. And then we call something, right? And then that comes back, and we add in index weird. We add it in the last one here, so index would be 4. What would it be 4? Oh, our boy Dylan got an offer? Nice. We need to know. We need to know. Is it gonna be them? Oh, no way. Dude. Super happy for you. Super happy. You don't have to say publicly, but are you gonna take it? Yes, sir. That sounds excellent. Dude, happy birthday. You deserve this. I am super happy. I am super happy for you. Everybody, round of applause for Dylan, who just got an offer for Triangle Company. Shout out the Mulroy. If you don't follow him, if you haven't checked their streams, they do a lot of amazing stuff in OCaml, in Reason, with the Melange compiler. They created Melange app, which is a super cool way of getting started with using OCaml and Reason to JavaScript. So have a look at those. Dylan, feel free to drop links as well. I'm sure you have them handy. So eventually we go back here, right? And we add a new tag. But notice how we've oh no. Wait. Here, that's a vector, right? Exactly, yeah. Session 800 vector, and we push the 9. So that makes sense. This is what I expected. It's just not very easy to read that from the hex. And then eventually we modify the size, right? Which would be right, the first 2 bytes there. Hex dump is weird, yeah. I wish there was something like an int dump. You know, like UA dump or U dump. Yeah, I mean in general, right? Like for anything. Yeah, we should rewrite hex dump. Like a generic dump command would be good. Grabs any file, binary or otherwise, right? And you can see it represented in different formats. That has to exist, right? It's not so bad. Mario counts. Hey, good to have you in chat. I haven't encountered any bugs yet. It's all been just fun and games. And we've added features and stuff. Y'all did a phenomenal job, really. Especially with the serialization. I don't know who did that, but like, hats off for real. You got like a micro Certa here going on. Love it. No bugs, not the code passed on. To be fair, you were the second, right? I remember from here. Yeah. So you know, you got a lot of people cleaning up your shit, man. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. Okay, so I think this. That makes sense, and I would expect this thing, right, Test 6 to serialize just fine. Absolutely fine. So if we go here, your session is in another castle? What in the fuck? It is right there. Oh, it's called test 6. Never mind. Thanks for following, Mark. It must be a weird sight to see. I'm on flip flops here, right? On a walking pad, on a standing desk. This is peak unnecessary. We clocked in another kilometer, folks. Okay, let's go back into here. We know that this serialization code is like makes sense, I guess. But we have a bug in line 278, which is when we deserialize a vector. But that's good because now we have narrowed it down to here, which we already fucking were. And line 109. So ensure type of field vector. Why isn't this working? We get the right thingy, right? Right? We don't. With this a different error. It's missing type. Missing field type. The buffer is empty. Huh? How could you be empty, buffer? We read the whole thing, right? That makes no sense. I tell you, that makes no sense. Deserialize. So we're coming from here, line 143 or so, right? And the first thing that we want to deserialize is the party, which I hope I'm going to be really angry if it's not the case. The serialize method, right, does the same thing. Party, opponents, actions, name, good. So at least we get the session type, and then we go into reading the field. And for some reason, that fails, right? So we go into line 1, 278 here. Which this must mean that we have the thing, but deserialize for vector is broken. I think this is the problem. Unless I change something else that I forget about. We have that field, 1908, field reader. This tries to read the field type twice? Why would you do that? You already know what the field type is. Yes, we can do that. But it's empty, right? And how do we go from that to empty? Are you fucking serious? Is the session deserializer doing something cursed? No, it should be fine, right? Session field type on ramp, and then we do reader here. So maybe ensure type. No, the first time we go there, that's fine. So we have the whole thing, and then field type is called, and field type is going to be doing something horrible, isn't it? Self buffer, buffer 1 to, okay. I'm just saying, right? I think this is not doing what we think it's doing. Just going to put that out there. What am I doing? Is that even the right syntax? I'm blanking. No, what? It's just that. Yeah, of course. Sorry. We had invalid field type up to a minute ago, and then it moved. So that's good. I was going to say... my last stream was 15 hours and ended today at like 10 in the morning, I think. And I was up already at 3 p.m. or I think 3 p.m. Maybe 4. So I'm not thinking very clearly. I wonder if that's why I don't feel that hungry. I should probably eat something. Okay, we're getting close though. We have less than an hour left, right? It's up to 9 p.m. over here. So I will try to put an order for food because this is Sweden and everything closes super early, right? So I'll see what it's available and see if I can place an order that would be delivered around 9. And no, 9 p.m. It's nighttime here. Okay, place an order. Place I like. The order is like the usual. It should arrive in roughly 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So that should give us like 5 minutes to spare. Okay. Let's do this. The buffer, right, goes from all that, and we eat the field type. And then, for some reason, right, we end up with 0 and 17. And then look at this, right? Something happens here. Hey, Kiko Running, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. Feel free to drop in chat. We are not running here, but we have a walking pad, so we are walking. And I need to stretch my legs more often. Jesus. This is so painful in so many ways, mentally, physically. Hi, Kiko. Yeah, it arrived very early, Mandax. So I'm super happy with that. Today, really. I get a call, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, right? And he's like, paket, or I don't know. He definitely said paket, but I don't remember what else they said. And I was like, oh, jag kommer ut. Like, I'm going outside to the door, right, to open the door. And, like, I open the door, and there's this guy, and there's this massive box, which is the thingy. It's not that big, but it's pretty big, right? And he's like super happy to be alive. And I'm like, I want to die. And then they just like hand me the box like nothing. Like he was weighing nothing. And this thing weighs like 20 kilos or something like that, right? So I'm like half asleep, or probably 9/10 asleep, right? And I get this 25-kilo load on my hands like that to grab. And then when I do that, he's like, you gotta sign. I'm like, what the fuck? Why do you give me the thing before I sign? They were super happy and cheerful and nice customers, I guess, vibes, right? But I was not in the right mood for that ordering of events. Yeah. Anyways, so we're back here. We wanna print the buffer. We print the buffer just fine, line 212, right? And then we sort of grab the byte, which is the first one, and we sort of drop that byte when we go through the buffer. And that means that if we go back to where we were, right? No. In read field, I think were we in read field? Yeah, 279. Right? We're going to deserialize 109. We go in sure type, and that tries to read the field, right? And then after we do that, we go self, and we return how much is left. But I think the problem. Okay, so from the get go, I don't understand here why we jump so harshly to 287, right? Being empty. So there's not much happening, right? Between 212. By the way, I love that line. Easy to misspell as 2112. There's not much happening between this call to field type, right? Oh, wait, there is. Okay, so here we drop the length. I don't understand this. Why do we do that? We got the field type, we get the length, and then the length will be the length of the rest of the thing, right? Len is 0. So we're zeroing this fucking buffer. We're reading the wrong length here? Is this... That makes no sense. Especially when self.buffer immediately afterwards, right, prints as having contents. Yeah, in this case, yes. And I guess length here will be how big the thing should be, right? Yeah, so length here is defined as buffer. We get the 2 bytes. And when we call that, we sort of shift the thing by 2 bytes. And we put together U16 from the bytes in big endian format. And I think that makes sense because it should be 0. And now the buffer is what's left. And that's nothing, right? And when we go into vector deserialize, I think we're just not prepared for that buffer to be empty. But also, why does the deserialize need to ensure the type? Like, this seems like it should not be doing this. We got a field reader if he has a buffer, right? Where are we using length here? We're just using it there for bytes. So, what if we do that? Right? Boom! It works. I have fixed it. I fixed the bug. El bugo fixado. Está finito. I think. I don't know. We'll see. But my guess is the buffer here should already just be the contents of this vector, so it's easy to just go over that. But we can try and see if this actually does anything meaningful, right? By actually bringing in the entity and the actions, right? Fuck. All right. No, sorry. That was a dumb bug. Oh, it is almost working. It's not quite working, right? Because we have the session comprises of, we have stuff, but it's not quite there. 1 box laid, 99 to go. Ride on the winds of the kings. Ding, 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 ding. Do you think I don't have good posture here? I think it's pretty good. I'd say it's pretty good. I'd say my posture is pretty nice right now. I have to walk up, so I'm walking up straight. It's a good posture. I think one day I'm going to get some Italian here. It's going to get really mad at that. But until then. And maybe even after then, to be honest. Okay, so eventually we will try to read the vector. I am not a fan of that because we have a party and a party has an entity and we should be serializing that, right? So I'm also thinking maybe the serialization is broken. So before we continue, what the hell do we change? We mostly should be seeing like debugs, right? Oh my god, we barely changed anything. Keepers of time. All right, commit time. Who's got a message for me? Throws with the pepperoni. Yo, hi, man. Okay, we're gonna go with that one. Hi, MSN. Right on. Cool. Too late. I corrected it though, because I figured that you wanted to type man, but failed. You failed to do this. So, okay, but that's good. That means this should be fine. Test 6, that should work, right? The problem is that we didn't serialize it correctly. So we do test 7, right? Whew. And now if we do love test 7, more bugs. Yes. Yes. Down in the village of dwarves. Diva, I just started today. And mostly because I also have absolutely horrible habits. But this last week I slowly stopped taking caffeine. It's been maybe 10 days now. I used to chug monsters like 3 a day, so not very good. For my budget, but also for my health, right? Which is the important thing. Down in the village of dwarves. Yeah, the body's broken. How are you, Montreal? So I think Diva, you don't really need to get like a walking pad or whatever. You could just get a standing desk and just have it like constantly go up and down. So you have a squatting desk, right? So you're like squatting constantly. Might be cheaper. I don't think the motors are made for that. Oh my god, 40 minutes still left? Will this ever end? Toggle, what have you created? This torture. Torture. Land of immortals, you must belong to me. I mean, you saw 1/3 of the bug I created. I get the feeling that a part of you knew what you were doing. You were like, yeah, I'm gonna leave this bug here, this nasty, hairy, like sticky, gooey bug. So everybody trips on it. Those fuckers. You must belong to me. Okay, I need to focus. It's just one bug 3 times. Yeah, that's how I... Why do you tell me that? Now I know exactly what the problem is. So everything that is sort of ensuring the type, right? Has a problem there. Session. Boom. Fixed the bug. Yeah. But hey, in my defense, right? I already fixed it once, and that's the hardest part. I just had to go through the deserialized functions of the other 2 and be like, oh, you're doing the same thing. Boom. If anything, the diff would have shown it to me. So I don't think that really disqualifies you. Ensure error, yeah. That is truly evil. Yeah. Or something like validate non-empty or assert good, right? Who's gonna remove something called assert good? It's like it's just gonna work, right? Yep, scary Hotman. Are you scary for reals or just in Twitch? I am walking. Land of immortals, I wait for my day. We're gonna sing this one. Land of immortals, you must belong to me, to eternity. I want to sing Lamento Heroico. Ba, 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 ba. Langin med lekoj framto altruces gardo dell'angelo cieco. Okay, so now that we did that, we actually need to make the action do something, right? Because it's not really doing much. It's just saying like, oh, here's your session. This is what it's comprised of. And I'm like, I didn't ask for that. This is not the pizza I ordered, okay? I want something different here. I am low-key feeling the sleep deprivation here. Mi veritas che ora versano lacrime da Dio in un vuoto nero, sincero e fiero al mio destino andrò. Urla il tuono al mio lamento eroico, sorte consuma la realtà. Damn, now you follow my prog? Is it the singing? Thanks so much. No. Oh my god, I need to eat and sleep. Help. You vote this as the next song? Let's see. Do you know? Ooh. That is a great song. And I think I can definitely say that I'm going to walk 500 miles to make OCaml's house ready. Okay, so we'll cue that one, and then we'll go back. Ready? Boom. But y'all gotta sing with me while we figure out what to do here. I need to up the pace though. So I'm just thinking, delivery person is gonna arrive, and I'm gonna open the door, and I'll be like all sweaty, like, thank you for the food. And just go on. Session load. So we load the thing and we get a session back. That's awesome. But we also want to actually go into action, right? And when we go into action, we want to do interact. just to be the one that. I'm gonna be. And we need a kind here, which is an action kind, right? And we have an entity and a target, right? And those are two entities. So we can do a session. And I guess in a session, what do we have? Party. Oh, and opponents. Oh my god, this is awesome. Oh, you cannot hear the music? I think everybody has a different problem here. Sometimes it's like, the music is too loud. And sometimes like, Leandro, we can barely hear you. I first learned of this song by watching How I Met Your Mother. I'm gonna be goes along with you. Hey Diva, I don't think we have that enabled at the moment. I'm gonna be there, man. You wear headphones and you can barely hear it, but my voice is good, right? I don't know. It's hard to tell as well from the VOD because the audio track is not going into the VOD, right? So I don't really have feedback there. Oh, T.S. Clay, yeah. It's like Marshall has that tape stuck in the old Fiero, right? The car they have. He has, right? And they just listen to that on repeat. My voice is perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think we're going to listen to that one again. Okay, so we essentially want to just do party 0 here, right? And we'll do session enemy or opponents 0. So almost every penny onto you. And yeah, of course, OCaml again. Come on, Leandro. It's crazy because I write that and I don't even see it, right? All right, index out of bounds. There are no enemies in this party. How much is 20,000 miles? That's like 7,000 miles. It's like 12,000 kilometers. So maybe 37,000 kilometers, or maybe a little less. Let's say 29,000. I say 29,000. Oh, 32. No, I don't think I can walk that far. But 1,000 miles, I can definitely walk 1,000 miles. Not today, right? But can you imagine that? Yeah, I'm gonna walk 1,000 miles today on streams. It might take 10 hours or so, not so much more. But I'm comfortable with my ability. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. Yeah. All right, so I think that's okay, and we'll actually make this action just work on you because we don't have opponents. Commit. I need a commit message. Actually, that wasn't a no camera problem. All right, I think we're gonna go that way. I like that one. Unless somebody else has a good one, or too late. All right. Whew. Wait, I need a fork of this thing. I don't have a fork of toggle relay code. Toggle, are you still around? Toggle. Okay, my food is outside. I will be right back. Okay, my food is here earlier. I don't see Toggle streaming. Also, Dylan is not here as well. But we're gonna pair program, but I guess that with all the excitement of the offer, then they're doing something else, which is completely understandable. Oh, Toggle's on a call. We have a PR here. Okay, quick. Who else wants to be in the commit logs? We have 2 commits that need better names. Come on, chat. You can do this. No, you already have one, Dulunara. Otherwise, I'm gonna grab random messages from chat, folks. Like, do you want me to take you out of context? Oh no, it got merged. Damn, he fast. He was in a call, but he's here now. All right, we didn't get to do this stuff. Did he squash stuff or? No. Okay, we have all the garbage here. Ah, well, okay. So, this was Code Relay for Rust for Nintendo 64. I hope you enjoyed it. Beep, 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 beep. Toggle, are you going to do the wrap up now? When are you going to do the wrap up? Will there be a wrap up? Toggle's excellent Code Relay. So we're going to do the right thing, and we're going to go through all of these amazing folks' channels, right? And we're going to follow all of them. And I'm going to do a shout out to each one of them as we go. So, shout out. There, Marek. And we're going to follow Liminox here. And we're going to queue out the shout out, right, for Liminox. We need to wait, I think, 2 minutes or so. And then we'll follow Londa Spark here, our boy Londa Spark. Okay, this is going to take ages, so I'm just going to tag them. And we're going to go to ModProg, our boy ModProg here. Yeah, they did it. Go. And we got Caleb Dev here as well. I'm going to drop a follow. Oh, yeah, to end the thing? Okay, we can do that. Shout out to Liminox. 41 seconds, so shout out to Liminox. In 41 seconds, we do that again. And then Voltbit. And I really, really wanted to get Glitchbite here as well. Since they're writing Rust lately. And it'll be fun. They're writing a Rust to OCaml transpiler. I actually was there on the show. a couple of days ago, a week ago already. Fuck, that time flies. All right. Everybody's doing this thing. What's it called? Oh, streaming, right? We're gonna go to Spiros and we're gonna say, "I see you." I'm gonna shout out myself. It's in all in good faith. We're friends. We're gonna go to MetaMe and say, "Hi, Meta." Oh, this is this? 15 minutes. My food is here. Join us in following Ryan. Fucker, I have a queue of people to shout out. You can't do that. Oh, God. Yeah, but Ryan does amazing stuff in Elixir. Got him. If you want to stream Ruin, it's okay. You can go follow him. He does a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, so this one will be a short one. As soon as Toggle's here, I think I could just, I don't know how to do this, but maybe I can bring him on the stream with like stream together and then, or maybe we can raid his channel. Whew. Shout out, Spiridon. I already gave you a shout out. Okay, so I really think the walking desk is gonna be a success. I completely forgot about it, and I was just walking, right? And then I ended up walking in total. So today I walked 4 kilometers, right? In this stream. So roughly like a kilometer per hour. Yeah, you should buy two, one for every feet, right? So you can extend it. Go back and forth, back and forth. 1 4. So you can walk on 4 legs. And that was fun. So yeah, in a few minutes we'll see what the hell's happening here with the code relay, and I'm gonna have my dinner, which is right here, waiting for me. Delicious, super delicious. Are you calling me an animal? I mean, you could be a quadruped. There's nothing wrong being a quadruped, you know. Bipeds thinks we're like the shit, but like, are we? Are we the shit, bipeds? Hey, don't say that. People do type with their feet, and they get really good. I don't think they use Emacs though. I always thought, and this is a scary thought, but I always thought, right, the feet are just hands we stand on. Like there's a symmetry to our body, right? And I love that. Because nature has a lot of fractal patterns. So it's nice to see that, you know, if you look at yourself, right, more abstractly, you can see some symmetries between muscle groups and things like that, right? Yeah, hands are just feet that we use to grab things. Exactly. But seriously, like if we grab an X-ray, right, of a foot, come on, fucking tell me that's not a hand. That is a really big thumb, though, right? But other than that, you can imagine how that would bend, like to grab something, right? I guess apes are the closer thing to us. I mean, that's a foot. Come on, just look at that. But it's also a hand. Return to monkey. I use my feet for a lot of things, like picking up things from the floor and stuff, right? It's not big things, right? But keys or whatever. Chairs. Yeah, I guess we are like very apey. Come on, look at that. Hands. Fucking hands. You want that gorilla strength? I feel most people are much, much stronger than they allow themselves to be. Right? You know when you're a kid and they tell you that you don't know how to measure your strength? Because you're just going all in with stuff, and then you grow up learning that, and then you restrain yourself more and more and more and more, right? That sort of thing. Can you imagine all the typing we could do if we had 2 keyboards, right? One for our feet. We're also closer to mushrooms, and mushrooms are closer to us than both of us are to plants. And I read somewhere, or it might have been a TikTok, or one of those fleeting videos, right? Which I call a TikTok, but I guess they have different names in different platforms. That is why mushrooms taste meaty sometimes. I don't know if you could be playing piano and writing code at the same time. I guess you would write the code with your feet, right? Because you need a lot of breadth of like angle between your hands to play piano. And I don't know if you could do something like that with your feet. Maybe, I don't know. The Mario franchise is onto something 100%, 100%. It is crazy though that in the movie, right? And also in the franchise, there's this mushroom people in the Mushroom Kingdom, right? And Mario is both friends with them, but also eats them. That is crazy. It's like if Frodo and Sam had a friend who was an orc. It's like, oh yeah, I'm your friend, right? But I also will eat a hobbit if I get a chance to. Wait, what happened? Did somebody change the track? Got done with making dinner at the same time you were finishing up. That is excellent. I love this. This capture, I think, is perfect. Got a lot of veggies. We have some water there. We have me. And then there's an X-ray of feet on the screen for absolutely no good reason. Oh, sorry. Did I say wine? I meant to say water, but yeah. It's healthy, good, Brian. You're a healthy individual, right? Did you just walk 4 hours with me doing this? I don't think you did. You just drink a glass of water and then go like, I'm healthy and shit. Oh, it is one. Nice. That is very nice, though. Three steps. You turn it on. You get on it. You walk. Meta, I used it for 3 hours. Actually, 4 hours. And once we stopped the relay and I went to pick up the food, I put a pause on that. Let's see if I can see my stats. So according to this was like 14,000 steps. You're gonna run a 10K tomorrow? Yeah, that sounds fair. Cool. But you have to stream it, okay? Yeah, you can rate me. Yeah, we're gonna keep streaming a little bit longer. We're waiting for Togglebait to come back, so we do the wrap up of the code relay, and then they'll take it over. So if you rate me, then I'll end up rating them, and people get good content. They get quality content on their computers, on demand, mad. I can't go that low. How was your stream, Meta? How was the Rust OCaml stuff? Do you have fun? This is Sweden. Everything is cold. You cook it and you take it like out of the house and it instantly gets cold. So it was cold when it arrived. I need to heat it up. Oh, we got a raid by Meta. Who would have guessed? Thank you so much, Meta, for choosing us. We are your stream of choice. I thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and cool. Hey, I am short. I have short legs. What do you want me to do? What's your stride? Download more leg. I'm gonna do leg.extend and put an extra few bytes there so I can reach. The beauty of my mind. Come on, everybody. Rage in the wind. At the triumph of my magic steel, you'll taste the blade of the ancient sword. Rage in the wind. At the triumph of my magic steel. It's such good music to code. For me, at least. In retrospect, yeah, the hex dump was a terrible idea. It just confused me more. Honestly, it just confused me more. I think, yeah, I don't get why it reordered the bytes. That was so strange. I think it would be nice for the next one, right? To have some basic things. Because, like, we want to play around with stuff, we want to have fun, want to build, like, shitty code and just laugh at it, right? But there are some things that are just confusing without any good reason for them to be, right? Like, if it's for the lulls and somebody gives you a hex dump that randomly reorders the bytes, right? Then great. It's part of the thing, right? But if we had something like a hex dump macro or just a a dump macro in general, right? That could help. That could be useful, and still be in the spirit of the relay. I guess we can do. Yeah, we do text encoding. That would be fine as well. Chin, chin, chin. To the king in his crown, winds of the dawn are caressing a soul, and zealot smiles at the knight's epic cry. Thanks to the old and their emerald sword, the triumph over Dagor. I mean, there's no I understand that. I also think that there's no reason to be like, all right, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. I'm not saying remove it, right? But you could change it so that maybe instead of doing the byte encoding, you end up with something when you hex dump actually reads like text. Maybe I don't know. You're right. I think you're right. Somebody cursed us. I think it was Matic. Rage in the wind. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not. I'm not pointing at anybody, anyone specifically, right? Yeah, I was pointing at you, Ryan. Rough. Modprog, do you know Ryan, or are you just piling on him? Ethan says, "Did you sneak any OCaml code into Klarna, Spotify, or was it just purely Erlang?" So I didn't write Erlang at Spotify. I wrote Erlang at Klarna, and at Klarna I also wrote a bunch of Groovy, which is a lesser known JVM language. They even have a framework, a web framework called Grails. So Groovy on Grails, and yeah, Groovy is the stupidest language, and I wrote so much of that crap. It I hate Groovy so much, and Gradle as well. Yeah, so it was Groovy, Grails, and Gradle, right? The holy Trinity. No, actually, this was for Jenkins pipelining. So I was rebuilding some of the delivery pipelines right there, and it was either writing Java or I'm sort of figuring out how to load that into Jenkins and be able to use the modules there, or use a module that allowed to configure everything through Groovy, right? And you could do that from userland without having to sort of dig in the guts of Jenkins. So I did that. Um, at Spotify though, I did manage to sneak a ton of functional programming in the front end side of things. We used Vaver in some of the Java that we wrote, so we had like a result type and things like that, and we had no exceptions and so on. Retrospective, that was a bad idea, and I hope they removed all that code and it's written in like more idiomatic Java with just like exceptions, which would be completely fine. Um, but I used a lot of functional interfaces, and we had immutable classes for data and stuff like that. Believe it or not, a lot of those things are pretty standard in Java, especially if you write Java the Google way, which Spotify does, right? What I did manage to sneak that I thought was fun was I wrote a model for one of the features we needed to solve, right? I wrote it in Idris, and then I used that model sort of to guide the implementation. I wasn't the only one working on the implementation, so other people just, they didn't want to do Idris, which is fine. But yeah, that was the longest time ago. I think prior to Idris 1 even. But maybe it was Idris 1 already. I think the book had just come out, right? Like we were starting to do the spec. The book came out, and I just like devoured the book in like a weekend. And it was like, yes, 100, 100%. I'll do that. I did write some Rust there, Spotify as well, for some CLI tools. And we wrote some recent ML for a couple of things that didn't go anywhere. TypeScript ended up winning the battle there. And but then after that, I was at a startup where we had a backend in Erlang, and we had a codegen tool written in Reason and OCaml, and the front end was also in Reason with BuckleScript back then. So that was a lot of fun. That was great. And then after that, I worked Erlang solutions. So I did a bunch of Elixir at different companies, and I was writing Caramel on the side. And then after that, I started Abstract Machines, and I was doing primarily Elixir for the backend, and the whole front end of the first client was in Rescript, so we did a ton of Rescript. Yeah, I did Erlang at Klarna and Erlang Solutions, and before that, I sold 2 systems with Erlang. One was there was this email client a startup was building, and they wanted push notifications, so I built an Erlang service for talking to IMAP and get things. And today, I prefer reading Erlang code. I think. Okay, let me start again. I think Elixir is the real choice here. Like if you're gonna build something, you should be building it in Elixir, primarily because the ecosystem is so much larger, right? Yeah, I know you can use Elixir code from Erlang, but right, drawbacks. Now, if you're gonna build very specific components, right, that you that are gonna be small and very well defined, I think Erlang is an excellent choice, right? And if you do Erlang, I would suggest you do it with Mix and no Rebar. Rebar is just awkward, and yeah, I don't like it. What I like about Erlang is that it's like Erlang is a lot like OCaml, right? It's a functional language, it's very high level, but also you can go very, very low when it comes to the actual machine, right? And you write things almost being aware of the bytecode they produce, of the assembly code they produce, right? That might be an illusion. There's a lot of really high performance things written in Elixir, right? And of course, as any language, you can do like you can write very performant Python code, believe it or not, right? Most of it is because you're actually embedding C code in it, but don't tell anybody. Okay, one last call to Toggle because my food is here and I am hungry, and you're the only thing between me and dinner. Toggle, hear me out. What are we doing? Are you streaming? Should I raid you? Otherwise, we're gonna go raid somebody else. Okay, when Riot can do this, I will switch. Let's have a look at that. Toggle's back. Hey, Toggle, how's it going? Giga chat. Yeah, relay's over. Woo! Awesome. So, what do we do now? Do you want to wrap up? Should I raid you? Do you want to come here on stream and we do the wrap up, or like, what is your plans? Yeah, I have lost my sanity, but it's not just because of this. We ended up fixing a bunch of bugs, so we actually got the serialization back again working, which is great. And we added a new feature, and that was fun. But yeah, we lost our minds. I'm just pinging you because I have food here that just arrived a couple of minutes ago, right? And it's getting cold, and I would love to eat it. I just want to know what we're going to do forward. Okay. If you do a retro on the Monday, no problem whatsoever. I'm going to go eat the food. We're going to be raiding somebody else. Everybody, let's see who we can raid. I think we can raid Spyro. Does a lot of cool things. For goodness sake. We could raid trash as well. I think it'd be funner to raid trash. Are they? Is it a puppy stream today or? All right, everybody. We go there, and the raid message is code relay. All right, everybody, code relay, okay? Let's go! Woo!